Good morning. Today we are going to be doing a fantastic round, or maybe two depending on how I'm feeling, of Hullrot on Space Station 14. I have this lovely new face over in the corner, and I am ready to probably die. Because, I mean, if you've never seen this game before, and Hullrot specifically, you will absolutely be dying at some point. Okay, hold on, let me just quickly switch over to my main character, Hell Stargazer here. Okay, and here we are. What do we want to do? Union Captain, Partisan, Union Worker? Let's go with Partisan. Hopefully my audio is working correctly. I do see my microphone lying up in the corner. Let me quickly just see on my phone. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, we should be just fine. I have my text-to-speech going, that should be working. I'll just double check since it has been a bit since I have streamed.
Pathogen virus said.
Since I have streamed. Okay, it is working. Lovely, then I don't see any reason why I shouldn't get into the round. Alright, normally with these kinds of streams, I would do a... Ooh, black box on the screen? How odd. That shouldn't be like that. Let me just double check that. My OBS shows that there's a problem with the screen. There most certainly is. How weird. Okay, one moment. Let's quickly try to troubleshoot this, because this is actually not great. Let me just do that. Is it because of the window that's open? What? How awful. I'm I'm sure there's plenty of jokes you can make about this. Let me switch off of Hullrot. Hullrot. What is showing? Window capture. There we go. Now I got it working. Alright, I do see it over on my screen. It's looking all good. Okay. Let us do some Partisan. We are going to be working with the NCWL for today. My main faction of choice. And they are lovely to play as because there's so many new players that are always coming in and out. It is fantastic to just mess around in. Now I have a loadout that I normally do. First I need to quickly put this over here. I have a handheld crew monitor because there are plenty of times where people do not turn off their suit sensors when they're like boarding a ship, and you'll be able to see them in here. So I always keep a handheld crew monitor on the side. Let's just quickly put this in the corner, always good to have. Because at some point you will likely need to evacuate from your ship for either boarders, or the ship is completely bricked, or plenty of different reasons you would want to not be on whatever thing you are on and you need to evacuate. So it's good to do. Forgot moths can't eat the Nutri bricks anymore. Water bottle, here we go. The signee is here, Poolside Dock. Getting ready. Getting ready and getting my loadout sorted. Countsman? I mean, it is always fun to attack the Countsman. The Countsman, for anyone who does not know, is a very large capital ship fielded by the DSM faction, the Divine Soul Mandate, and as the NZWL, we very much want them to not exist anymore. So, you know, attacking the Countsman is a great way to do that. Because if they have nowhere to spawn, then they can't murder you back. Okay. Whoops. Then we can get rid of that. Getting ready. Fantastic. That sorted out. Let's go get our suit and weapons sorted. And I'll be down here in the armory. Through sec. And what Batalaska's armory? Is there a spare suit? Let's see. Hullrot 12 gauge shotgun. I mean, I do like shotguns. Okay. Does not seem to be one. That's fine. Let's go quickly check industry, see if we have enough parts for a suit. Alrighty. Ooh, bunch of stuff going on here. Hello. W frags. Ooh, combat house. Yes. Hard suits. Can I get a second? I mean, I do want the Mark II. After all, why shouldn't I have a Mark II hard suit? Yummers. Okay. Fantastic. Weapons. Terminus, what is this? Finding spread of disable shots. No thank you. This is definitely the kind of shoot to kill kind of server. Okay. Lovely jubbly. Oh, that is a law. Hell yeah. Bunch of these. Ooh, is that 12 gauge? That's 5.56, a rifle. Ah, okay. Oh, it's a lever action rifle. That's kind of fun. Okay, let me zoom in real quick. What is it? Oh, that's the rocket launchers. Right, okay. Alright, let's go grab that shotgun from the armory. I do like shotguns, especially since, well, my plan is to be on a ship. And I do like shotguns when we're in a... Someone firing? Hold on. Don't see any goobers on there. Okay. Weird. Who knows? It could be straight up anything. Lower positioning. You need that. Double oxygen emergency tank. Always good to have. Anything else? If there is a combat mag boot, there we go. That's something we want. Okay, and the 12 gauge shotgun. 12 gauge. Let's go grab some ammunition for it. Lovely jubbly. I also need a, what's it called? Mass scanner. Mass scanner is always good to have when you need to get back to Port Batalaska after you inevitably blow up. Ah, it's over there. Wrong place. Yummers. Okay, jetpack. That there. And it's all mass scanner. There we are. We have an Exuber, Hind, Vanguard, and Bodega. Okay. That's alright. I want every trained pilot to prep a Bodega. We're using mass Bodega protectors against a DSM. Alright, that we can do. That we can do. Bodega for every pilot. Damn, okay. Is the SecFab moved over? Yes, it is. Normally, the ammunition fabricator that you use to make ammunition is in the armory there at the very bottom left. But it is oftentimes moved over to supply with everything else. Let's just see. It could also just be here too. The 12 gauge. 12G. Buckshot or what's it called? I'll do buckshot. Aye. Can this take a drum? There's no way, right? Yeah, I don't think so. There, Lumen Blast. Full of Lumen cartridges. This guy. Let's just grab this. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. Here we go. Whoops. Okay. Another. More steel. Right. There's a bunch of steel here, yep. Okay. Perfect, perfect. And this is 9 by 19. 9 by 19. Get some spare magazines. Ooh, I could do that. Good. How many? That's 16 shots per. Okay. It's not bad. Give me that. Actually, I don't think I need that. That third one. Okay. But I'll take it anyway. Lovely. Okay. In the bag. And another 12 buckshot. Buckshot isn't amazing, but it's in a shotgun, and I do like my shotguns. Well, what do we see here? What do you do with spawning points? Nothing. 2 people have died. Are they on Alaska? Where the hell? Odd. Yes, we are going to be making a bodega. Just quickly take a peek at the mass scanner. Lodka is out there. We have a 40, whatever that is. Okay. Bog. B-O-G, bodega. We need 12 chunks of shuttle engine. Okay, hold on. Shuttle engine components. 12. Okay. Put that in there. Fog. Next up, we need 9 chunks of shuttle electronics. Okay. 9 shuttle electronics. Boink. Very good. And lastly, 16 shuttle hull. Okay. So if you are not aware, a LPC chip there is a special item that will allow you to manufacture a full ship immediately. It is extremely useful, and you should never be making just a ship on your own. You should either be buying them, which is very expensive, or using these LPC chips by getting the resources from mining and turning it into components into what will be flying today, which is a bodega. Okay, let's go redeem this. Oh, there's this. Oh, wait, can I get slugs? I could get slugs. Let's get some slugs, shall we? Need plastic for that. Okay. Well, let's also get enough room for oxygen. Plastic. 2. Slug. Here we go. Slugs. Fantastic. Now, what do we have in here? Normal 12 gauge. Okay. It's not bad. And your Frey died. What? And your Frey? What the hell? What? Where? How? I heard an energy sword. Hold on. Fuck! There's someone on the ship, I think. Hold on. Okay, and Yell well died. Over by there. Okay, well, that does line up. let's just do a sweep. Okay. How incredibly odd. Why is that open? I don't like it. Where does it say NL was? There. Second docking arm, I assume with them. Oh, it went into the... okay. Alright. Oh boy. And Frey apparently boarded an IPM ship. Callisto and Frey. Oof. Well, that is a, let's call diplomatic incident. That aren't, but it's all your ships that aren't bodegas or Sunyos. Okay, well, we have that. Let's go redeem this bodega. I'll let them sort that out. Breaks the... Okay. We need to get our ship ready to fight DSM. Alrighty. 989. That is our bodega. 8989. 89. That's the third dock. Now, I do not remember what ammunition it takes, so let's go over there and we will go find out. But, we can get a oxygen tank on the bodega. There is a dispenser, if I remember correctly. That'll let us breathe more in case of an emergency, because you'll be out there for a while. That is an entire turret. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So, armor. Here we go. Oxygen tank. Always good to have a full one. And we have this one in our pocket. Very good. Okay, 43 millimeter. 43 millimeter, 90 millimeter. 43. Looks good to me. Let's get our ID sorted. Very good. Insert employee ID. Why can't I? Yeah. Oh wait, because I'm not holding my ID. I'm so silly. Wait, what? What'd I do? Did I just... Okay, it has my ID. Oop. Something's going on with my keyboard. Uh-oh. Hold on, can I still type? Yes. Technical difficulties? X is not swapping. And I can't drop things. Uh-oh. Am I bugged? Are we already bugged in the short time we've been here? Oh, okay. Well, goodness, this game sometimes. Alrighty. Now let's go check the targeting computer. I need my ID back. Lovely. Targeting computer. That's masking. No, I'm silly. Is it not here? Is it all in the... It is. Slug... Bismuth... Slugglers... Machine guns. Okay. Good to see. So we need 90mm mortars, 43mm slugs. And then what do we need for machine guns? I don't know. Guess we'll take a peek, huh? Okay. Oxygen on. We have this going. Mag boots. Alright, this is 20mm. Sweet! That's all we need to check out. Let's go get our shopping list. Burn that off. Arming my bog now. I need the... what's it called? Where is our range table? Range table, range table, range table. 43 is 800. 90mm is... Oh my god! 90mm is 15 kilometers? That can't be right. That's absurd. Wow. That's very good to know. Okay. Then... Right, let's go get that set up now. Whoops, that's not the right dock. Right. So we'll go over to the logistics arm. Get two duffel bags of ammunition. Bury it over. Right. Very good. I'm in the wrong place. What? Yeah. Look at all those balls. Ooh, a Garget. Why are we fielding a Garget? Whatever. I'm sure there's a plan there. I'm just a humble bog. Actually, we don't need a, what's it called? We just grab this. Here you go. Now we need 20mm Vulcans. Some of those. Let's grab a bunch of steel. Lovely jubbly. Yeah. Now it's not super important to have the, what's it called, Vulcans good, but it is good to have at least a little bit of ammunition for everything on your ship. Now I need 43mm and 90mm auto mortars. We need plasma for that. We can get that. Okay. Bunch of plasma. Good. We are running out of plasma. Oop! Bananas. Okay. 90mm auto mortar. This is mostly what we'll be using since the bodega is a more long range thing with those mortars. Very good. 4 should... I might want more. I might want more than that. We do need 43mm. 43mm HDDP? Or... yeah, we can do that. Okay. Wait, no, that's 40mm. Okay, maybe it's over here. 43... Is it not 43? I am second guessing myself. Let's go take a double check at what the actual measurement is. Righty-o. Goodness! Oh my god! Okay, my bog is down here. Oh, black spike. We're ready to go in just a little bit. Okay, bring this up here. Yes, 43 dasher. Need this. 43 depleted uranium slug thrower. Alrighty. Gods, what machine makes 43 millimeter dashers again? Because asking for help is good. We'll take this. Ammo fab. Appreciate it. There we go. Alright, let's get that 43 millimeter dasher. Wait, is 43 millimeter just 10? Just half? Oh my god, am I stupid? Is 50. I'm gonna try it. I might be stupid. Whoa! Alright. Uranium tip. Do want explosives. Alright, a little... Oh, those damn bananas. Light. Some more. What else do we need? Steel. I almost slipped again. Very good. A little bit more. Alrighty, there we go. We have 6 of those. That'll do us for a battle. At least one battle. I don't think it's going to be extended deployment kind of ammunition, but it will get us where we need to go. You can always pull back. Here we go. Ow. Now, we was told when we get our stuff together, we need to undock, which we will do. Let's get in here. Okay. Now, let me just double check that everything's going okay. Righty. So, let's double check that this does go to here. It does not. Oh, wait. No, I might be fine. It does. Okay, I am saved. We're good. Okay. 2. 2. 1, and... the last one. We have 2 spare for each, and we have our auto mortars, which is the real star of the show. Then we can just throw this in here. That's fine. Very good. Now these are Closed bolt, yes. Is loaded? Not yet. Good, 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 good. We're gonna need more auto motors. You can get that sorted. Alright. Almost done loading. Good status update. Here, just so we move a little bit quicker, I'm just going to drop this for 3 moments. Alright, let's go. Steel. Very good. We'll grab some normal uranium tip stuff. Two extra, and then a few more of these. There you go. All set up and good. Ooh, lag, holy shit, what the f- God, lag in this game is so funny. Alrighty. Ready to go in just a few seconds more. Are there any spare comrades around that need a spot on a ship? Sounds like I might need the sanitar. I have space in mine. Okay, that will be Bodega 989. Bog 989. Anyone who needs a ship to be on, go get ready to go there. Lovely. I'm assuming this is Mars. Okay. Let's get your ID. Oh my god, lag. Okay. Finishing up the ammo load now. Got your ID in for? Go. Go. Do what you need. Nada. 189 is next dock up. There you go. Let's get you out. Well, it doesn't. I don't know what to tell you. Whoopsie daisy. It happens, it happens. Okay, Councilman is moving to Taipan 1. Ooh, that's not good. Ooh. That is pretty close. Finish up setting up the ammo. Moving on the bodega. Do hold. Put that there. Good, good, good. Okay, that's loaded. Alrighty, this is loaded. This is loaded. I might be alone. I might be alone. Last call. Any soul wish to serve on bog 989. 989. Employment's been tough. Hey, where's my shotgun go? It's still there. They just wait. Aye. Yep, Mars Goldstein is definitely going to be on the way. Okay, they're gonna be joining there. Someone else. Now let's go take a peek at the Countsman. They said Taipan 1. Can't see anything there. Cloaked ship there. All munitions loaded. Aye. Major. My bog will be ready. It is. We all loaded. We just need that last crew member, and we'll be ready to go. Where are they? Hold on, let's check which dock it is. It is middle bottom dock. That must be them. Welcome in. Alrighty. Very well, now we depart. Looking for our bog to join, aye? Or not, okay. Sweet. Let's get your ID golden. Dude, I stole this. Hell yeah. Righty. It'll be me and you. The focus will hopefully be on bombarding ships from the backline using our mortars. It seems it'll be just us. Okay, that is the plan. You need to expect less of me, no. Brought back in the Liberation Wars, see? Ah, I see. We're about 500 meters east of Valeska. I think it was my first vessel. Very good to hear. We have our munition set up, ready to go. We will be undocking as soon as you are ready to go. And I... Okay! Hell yeah. You have a defib on you, I presume? You have a defib on you, I presume? It's always good to have one. It really is. Because if he dies, I can take it and unloaded. And not all stolen they were. Damn. Well, let's Hope we don't die. Okie dokie. Undocking and moving 500 meters east as ordered. Let's go. Dock. Ooh, lag. Very good. Mortars, bismuth, sluggers. Very good. There's an IFF cloaked ship outside Val. I can't see it. Probably a bit further away. Very good. As a note, I am live on Twitch. I fully expect someone to stream snipe Lamau. It be like that sometimes. Okay, let's get on the outside of this formation. Almost smack dab 500. Torchlighter Saw does that to us all the time. Very good. Yes, torpedoes are extremely strong. There is a few weapon types in this game with ballistic weaponry, electrical, like plasma based stuff, and also torpedoes and missiles. Currently, if I had to say if something was specifically meta right now, that would absolutely be the missiles. I don't know why I'm getting so tongue-tied. Let me just get a sip of water. See if that fixes it, eh? I07. I like this mod. This mod's Goldstein guy. I approve. Okay, yes, take 2 of them syringes. A friend. Okay, let's get rid of 1 magazine and put both of these here. What might 10 units per injection, struck off bullets and even explosions. Preempt or as a reaction. That is an important thing. Set to 50 and set to 50. They start feeling impotent or losing eyesight. Is now responsible for use of experimental medicine. Labs. I like you already. Very good. Coming. We have a broadsword, a fighter to be helping us, and a hind. Do we have a plan of engagement? Stay back and use our mortars to bombard, or okay, saying that real quick. Very good. We have our vodka. Let's get a quick thing here. Just a nip. Fermented grain. Yum yum. Okay. Good to hear. Alright. We have our hind here, another great ship. What you ask on the affiliates, take one. Our infirmary is docked more than Balliskas. Good news. Okay, how large is this in my inventory? I don't actually know. Let's get rid of the water ball. And just put the oxygen tank down, I suppose. Yeah, that works. That works. Often loaded with spare. Down to your prepared. Hello, Vanguard. We have a Vanguards too? Yes, we do. A base Vanguard. The Vanguard is a small ship, a mainstay of the NCWL Navy. We call it a Navy here? Militia's fleet? Who knows what it's called here. It's a small ship and it is one of the smallest in the NCWL roster outside of the ultralights. It has 2 needlers, so we call, and it is a very nice skirmisher, especially for like just supporting, getting rid of flanking stuff, which we will need if we are going to be flying a bodega and firing at long range. It will be very good to have. A termite. Let's see what we have on the other side. So we are going to be fighting DSM. They have a bunch of Redemptors. I believe that is a... what do we want to call? 989 ready. 989 ready. 4 Redemptors, I believe that's small ships from the DSM. And that's all I see. Okay, good to know. Wonderful, give orientation orders. We can begin. Train, you have fleet command. You're moving straight towards the Countsman. That bodega is just already moving. Without saying that we're going... Our current orient is 0. Oh, God. Keep 200 meters between ships. Okay. Go out a little. Follow 348. Will do. Lovely. Number objective, total divine mandate death. That is what I like to hear. Let's get rid of the Imperials, huh? Fantastic. Very good, very good. Open up our... Open our... They said BRB. It's fine. We'll take care of it in a moment. Maintain formation. Yep. Goes on dampen, so we fall back a little bit. 200 meters between each bodega. So let's get on the side here. Vanguard is static. I don't know why. What happened to them? Rival scrapyard. Bunch of NCWL ships. ICM. That is, could be literally anyone. Anyone can be ICM. We are just accelerating randomly. Led fleets before. Yes. Yes, you need bearing and speed. Bearing is what direction you are facing, which north is 0, and then negative goes around 180, then 180 again. With speed, it can be anything. I believe these ships move at 25 maximum. Probably see it there in a second. Alright, we need to space out a little bit more. Negative 30, okay. Whoa, lag spike. Very good, perfect. Glory. Glory to the NCWL. To be fighting just soon. We need to give a little bit more room to 169 here. I am probably in the way of the screen a little bit. Let me move this over here. Sorry about that. I'm not used to having this little critter over in the corner. A position for the Countsman. Oh, we're moving ahead a little bit. Very good. We have 900 meters distance between front and backmost ship. Yes, back here. We do not at the moment. We should probably tighten our formation at least from length here. Width is fine. I am drifting up a little bit. Let me just dampen. We'll update in a moment. We need some more room there. 200 between. Perfect. Oh, are we moving? You gotta give bearing. Ooh. Give us bearing. Give us bearing or give us death. Orientation is 45. Okay, 45. Very good. We aligned. We are good to go again. This bog. What is this bog doing? Uh-oh. They are falling behind. This is not good. I will just say that. Let the back catch up. Uh-oh. Lag? Fuck. Okay, slow down. I can get to 30 millimeters. Stay with the back. No, don't stay. Oh, I'm gonna cry. You gotta stay with us. Okay, so I apologize that I have to do this. I am going to quickly run an ad so that by the time we are going to hit the combat, we don't have to worry about it, because Twitch can and will immediately post an ad in the middle of everything that's happening. So this is just preemptive. I don't want us to be waiting in an ad when we're fighting the countsman. So I'm going to run an ad break real quick, pee for a little bit, and you'll be right back. We'll be all good, okay? Mwah. See you in just a little bit. Okay. Ooh. Alrighty. Warthog. We do need to regroup. Okay. Front slowing to 10. Okay, we can slow at 10. Lag, more lag. I hate. Slow to 10. Comms compromised at all? That's an important question. It really is. Truly. Okay. Negative. Unlikely. Great to hear. Very good. I'm going to make sure that our bulkheads are open. Open. Okay. This one needs opened. Very good. Welcome back. All right. Okay, everyone is caught up. Adjusting course to -60. Aye, home. Okay, and then accelerate. I would presume. Hell yeah, we got some RP going on. Sweet. Calms the nerves. Good spot of vodka never hurt. Alrighty. Welcome back. I hope the ads weren't too incredibly annoying. we are still doing the same thing. We are in formation. Most of the players have caught back up in our fleet. We've done one course correction towards the deep belt. And as a refresher, we are going to be moving on the Countsman in order to start beating the crap out of DSM. Because as one of our friends on another ship said, the goal is total DSM death. And that is what we are going to be doing. Down with the Imperials, all the other words you want to give with that. Let's give another quick bit of vodka. Gotta drink and drive a little bit, you know what I mean? I try to escape. Should be free to fire the mortars now. Okay, let's see what's ahead. Just orientation. We are arriving at the deep belt. Oh god, the lag. Ugh. Change course to 90. Very good. Okay. Okay. It's not quite 9. Okay. Perfect. Vanguard in the back, our hind, another bodega. Formation of 5, march of 20 knots. Okay, correcting speed. Perfect. Very good. We will be engaging soon. Got my bit of vodka. Steadying the hand. We'll win the day. Total ICM dead. Sorry, DSM. All ships equality training. Make a gargoyle carry and use the PD to shoot those gargoyles down. Okay. We do not have free control over our machine guns. So, work on it. Countsman is moving. 189, go north. Look, that's us. We need to go north. Very good. Countsman more north. Okay. Missing, don't fire on the counts yet. Hold. Very good. Whoa, okay, that's the fire. Follow the bullets tracer, okay. Very good. Alright, let's just give a quick spread. Ooh, formation is pretty loose. That's alright. March of 20 was what the last order was. That is bad. Hold on. Machine guns. I believe that's an Idna. Some sort of missile. Let's try to... No, that's debris. Okay. Don't get too close. Very good, very good. I would like to use this as cover. Okay, let's fire everything here. No lag! Don't! Fuck! Okay, now, ooh, it's right there. Okay, bombard the hell right there. Fuck! That hurt. Shell. Very good, we have our bearing now. Smash the hell out of it. Adjust fire. No, fuck! Lag. We can use this to hide behind. One bodega hit side. Okay, we can move. Oh, incoming! Okay, we're good. You're out of slugs. We on. Load DU. Okay, we were ordered to hit the sides. That's what we're doing. Oh, look at that. They are hurting. Their shield is non-operational. Okay, now let's fire everything. Flanking. Hitting it. Good. Look at all that damage. Oh, we have a incoming. We have incoming. That's... Ugh. Ow. Okay, it's turning. Watch for the red dots. We're moving, we're moving, we're moving. Okay, I think we dodged that one. Good. Okay, let's change our heading. Okay, we want to be strafing as much as we can. Circle it, shoot the center, not prongs. Yep, prongs is where they dock. It's fine that we're finally firing a little bit, don't worry about it. But I don't know what that is. Lag again? Oh shit. Fuck. We need to back up. Ow. We are way too close. We need to back up. We also keep strafing. We on to keep at this. I think we need to adjust real quick. Okay. Ooh, ouch. We got hit hard with something, I don't know what. Ow. Mind-friendly fire. Yeah, very much so. That hurt a lot. Don't know what, but that hurt. Oh, that was friendly fire that we just got hit with. Blue. Yes, they are. Our big mortar shots are blue. So as long as we are hitting our blue shots, that's the good stuff. That is what we want. Broadsword close. Okay. Here's our formation of ships. Let's pull back. We are pretty damn close for what we are doing, which is bombarding them with mortars. Okay. Very good. Whoa! Just heading. Oh, lag spike. Something's going on. Let's anchor. Good hits. Aye aye. God, this Mars Goldstein is doing good shit. Okay, let's get our helmet on. So I do see that. Fire support vessel with 1 GOG and 4 torches. Yeah, you can see it right up there. Did something just happen? Firing stops. The Countsman is gone.
Evergreen Bloom said, "This is so evil."
Oh, it is very evil, and by God, that it feels good. I'm gonna say it. It sucks that the Countsman doesn't have many support ships from what we've seen, but it does feel good to work as a fleet for once. Holy hell. It's often so chaotic as the NCWL. It's good to see some teamwork actually happen. Glorious day indeed. Magnate. Okay. Let's move a little bit. Wow, look at that damage. I am worried about borders, but you know. Okay. Let's creep up a little bit. I'm enjoying missiles. Okay. some of our comrades are facing... What is that? That's a catcher. Okay. Keep that angle, Bodega. Very good. Let's hit it a little bit more. How are we looking? Here we go. Alright, let's read this out. The Countsman falls once again. Glory to Sour, death to imperialism. By Petrus von Andrada, partisan. And by Emma, I announce with pleasure the death of the Countsman. Imperials lost most of their influence with the sector with this glorious NCWL victory. Our gyroscope is dead and we're missing the APCs for our right gun. Okay, we can still move. APCs work though. The Countsman is dead. Salutes, there we go. Good idea there. Come take a look. Come take a look. I mean, give a quick hug. And we did well for what seems like a first victory since the first Nova Baueska fell. It's a beaut. Well done working on the fly. You did well. Death of Imperials is sponsored by Tatsumoto Heavy Industries. Get your LAMs at a 10% discount using the code SMOKINGIMPERIALPACK2799. You've all seen the news. The NCWL has saved Taipan once again. Glory to the NCWL. Gyro powered. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Very good. Damn, this feels nice. One, two. Cheers. As long as the vodka keeps flowing. Wise words. Yeah. My LARP, I love my LARP. God, it is fun. Okay. So what do we have here on the map? Bog 169 killed a border apparently. Ooh. So there are borders. We're on 348. Okay. Anti-borders on 348. Hold. Hold might be... Shoot at the Redemptor. The bourgeoisie is dead. I'm watching point. Okay, let's see. There are DSM Magnate all the way out there. Some Redemptors sprinkled about. Magnate is still moving. That's pretty damn far though. Three, 4, 8. Bog 989 reporting in. No borders. We are safe. But damaged. Oh. Power to the console flicked. Concerning, but it is fine. 348. There's an operational mech just outside your ship. Oh shit. I am going to watch. Fire the right one gun. We're optimal. Hell yeah. Okay, so there is a mech outside of 348. I'm going to turn around and watch. Because if the call is given, we can absolutely annihilate the front of that ship. I'm going... Oh shit. Orders, 939. Okay. Okay. The live redemptor in Baleska. Fuck. I don't want to open that door. I am concerned that if I open that door, there's going to be a guy right there. Okay, this is fine. I'm getting drunk. 989. Fuck, don't lag. Holy hell. Okay. Borderland. It's an HOQ. Roger. I can ditch if needed. I don't have a wrench, but I can get one and then circle out from outside. Okay, this will work. That's a mech. That is a full-ass mech. I don't know what type that is, though. Lag, lag. Okay, you just looked at that. My Sanitar is gone. 989 clear. Unlikely moth napped. Fuck. Okay. At least we know that there's no one here, at least.
Femboy_experts just followed. Welcome.
Thank you for the follow. You caught me in a very NCWL coded time of my life. Hold on. Okay, that's fine. Okay. How many of us are operational? Holy shit, I need to be more careful. Okay. We're good. I'm scared, but we're good. Shit. Where did my friend go, huh? Orders on Port Baleska. They're okay. They're definitely going to try to get revenge for this. We should absolutely get back home. And we bombard the countsman for 3 more seconds and rush back. However, comms are likely compromised with the fall. Go get the mech. Okay. Spooky as hell. I don't like being this close to the countsman, even if it's destroyed. I'm going to give just a cursory fire just. Just a parting gift. Okay. Now, where the hell is Port? Heinz just fired. Where's the Heinz firing at? What are you firing at? Oh, emergency shuttle round is going to be ending soon. Okay. There's an active ship. What type? What type? Let's take a peek. Unknown. We need to be very careful. IBM Hulk. What is that? Doesn't seem to be active. I still don't like it. Fire. Ooh, that was a good dodge. Okay. Saw has attempted to take us out. Well, shit. Our thrusters are damaged. I can feel it now for sure. Saw ship down. 989 damaged, but operational. Awaiting tasking. Okay. Reggie Bell. Okay, so Reggie Bell is a very robust player. He knows what he is doing. And if Reggie Bell is around, then we will absolutely be boarded by Reggie and slaughtered. I cannot stand up against Reggie in a one-on-one fight. Even with my trusty shotgun. She's right there. You put it on my back. There. Meat wagon, yeah. I'm gonna stay away from it. Saw geode. Frederick. Well, Imperial did survive, that's for sure. Frederick Vergersmith? Frederick Vergersmith. IBM Hulk. Ugh. Okay, let's get in there. One straight bullet. Owie. Okay, let's... Comms compromised. Major is dead? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Okay. Let's keep going. I don't hear any sounds to think that we have anyone on board. I think we're fine. Let's move up with these folk. Okay, we are moving at max speed. Is it getting closer? Yes, it is. Okay, so we do have speed on it. I believe they are moving away with that, though. We are going to fight them, that's for sure. Okay. into the locks. I'll be so honest, I am not getting into the locks with the Reggie Bell around. I have a pretty good, like, guess that Reggie is on one of these locks waiting to just jump off. So I'm going to go around. Okay. Deep belt. Broadsword, check the Redemptor. Redemptor is a small DSM craft, if I remember correctly. Very good, very good. Geode still over there. Where is Dawnbreaker? Oh shit. Dawnbreaker is Saw's... No, not Saw's. CW's main ship. It's another large ship like the Countsman. But it is also likely hostile here. If that's to be believed. Alright, let's get over here and blast the hell out of it. Back to the bog. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, lag. Please. Okay. Some aimed shots. Very good. Okay. Let's rearm our mortars. Mortar. And now I'll be all for mortars. Good to hear. We can move this back, that's for sure. Okay. Geo destroyed. She's fire. Very good. Dorcheskia here in the chat is also an enemy at this point with what's been happening. Okay, get it through here. We need to put it back. Very good. Get it rearmed. Anyone who wants to hit the test with me, follow. We'll be moving 6-0. Why not? Let's go for it. We may be damaged, but we are still active. Mortars, but I am happy to help. Let's do this. Very good. Alright, here we go. We are boarded. Director breaks their chains. Fuck. As you can see, boarding actions are not uncommon. Boarding with a rocket launcher. Fuck yeah, Pachu. Hell yeah. Good shit. Get them. Get their ass. Yeah, baby. So, Sheska.
X3.
X3 indeed. Okay, that's Gleis. I don't want to mess with Gleis, they're fine. Oh, my oxygen is running out. Okay, whoop. New tank. Okay. Who is on Baleska? God, I really hope we don't come to find out that Baleska has been turned into a crater while we're gone. Ugh. Patch you with the rocket launchers over there. I use a rocket launcher for home defense. Blast through the first guy. Now I have no home. Okay. Any sight of the mech? Oh, that mech was... Okay, well that sucks, because I definitely saw the mech and I definitely did not shoot it. I do not know what factional mechs look like. Gah. Oh well. Damn. Yeah, he's definitely not here. Whoa, don't, holy fuck. Brute auto-injector, ugh. No friends. Unpowered thruster. Let's see if we can't fix that. I need a wrench. Okay, keep going. Just a little combat repair. Yeah, is that powered now? Still unpowered. Yeah, I don't know what it needs, but it needs something. I don't think I have the tools. Okay. Maybe low voltage wire it needs. Someone on the bridge. Ooh, not good. Okay, let's adjust our course. Fetch back up. Screwdriver, wire cutters, crowbar. Okay, slow down. Keep going at a 20. Let's do that. 23. Not quite full speed. Your stupidest strategy ever. Your dock to 348. What? Huh? 348. Okay, hold on. Only selected MGs. Oh, look, a new plan. Oh, dude. Okay, interesting. Alright, does this only need a screwdriver? Gate machine, use screwdriver. Okay, that's back up. If that's powered, good. Now, what's on the floor here? Okay, why isn't this powered? Strange. Let's move it up. We'll do that. We'll move it to like here. It will be very vulnerable, but it will at least, hopefully, work. Gah. Sometimes, eh? Okay, no. Get over here. No, don't pull it that way. Oh my god. Okay. Very good, okay. Grab that back. Good. That'll work. Alright, do we need to repair anything else? I mean, we can make some more walls with some steel. Let's make some rods. No rod. Good. Or not, I guess. Okay. Alright. Slow down. Way down. Okay. Get our RCD. Fill it with matter. Very good. Wall. Full plates. There we go. Very good. Okay. We just want an additional wall for a little bit of resistance. Very good. Wall. We secure the ship, you know? Okay. Bodega 227 hopefully is fine. Very good, very good. Let's put a block there. That's fine. Bring that there. Okay. Cool. Ooh, beeping? Okay, it's fine. Up here... I heard a noise. Okay. Righty. Okay. One more. Yeah, someone definitely tried to break in. Probably that mech. Put a wall behind that so they can't sneak in. That's blocked open. We'll block it off again. Okay, that'll work. Huge lag spike. Uh-oh. Game just froze. Okay, we're fine. Very good. I was worried there. Okay. Very good. We are looking good now. Let's start. Dock. Okay, dock. Let's go say hi. Hello! Doing well? My combat repairs are... Oh. Done. Okay, well, Petra's just died. So oh boy. I'm not saying anything. Fuck. What is going down then? Okay, there was a fight here. I think I need to undock. If the lag spike can end. Oh no! Oh fuck! We're good. Okay. Okay. I silently don't trust what's going on over there. What's your IFF? LV 899 in formation with 2 other bogs. Okay. Overseer? Overseer? Who's Overseer? Oh, it must be a new role. I'm silly. Okay, don't listen to me. We're good. Round should be over pretty soon though. There was a call of 20 minutes. I think we are getting to about that point. Okay. Frey has died. Fuck. Okay. Starting to get worried. Oh, well, okay then. Round is over. We successfully defeated the Countsman, and we are vibing. That's what we're doing. Okay. I don't actually know. Do I want to stream the next round? We are already at almost 1 o'clock. We could. Huge NCWL victory. That was pretty good. NCWL very much won that fight. Damn. Okay. Well, what am I gonna do now? Do I do another round? I might do a quick break during the, what's it called? Mid-round talk, during the mid-round queue. And then we'll see what we do from there. I think that's what we're gonna do. Try and go to the bathroom and all that stupid stuff. This is not the end. Saintless Communard Louts. Louts. That's a good word. Alrighty. Boo 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 boo. Boo doo doo doo. Mega hog. Hell yeah, brother. Let's stop. Oh my god. What in the fuck? Let me just get into a spin real quick while I see what the hell happened. Oh, there's a guy right there. Holy fuck. Okay, so remember how I said that I really should undock because there was stuff going on? There absolutely fucking was. That was a full cloaked ship that just unloaded. Ooh. Spooky. Spooky, spooky. Okay. Hell yeah. Ooh. God damn. Okay, so in the Discord, a photo was posted of the councilman and the state it was put into due to our efforts today. I am going to quickly take a photo of it and I'll put it up on the screen while I go do everything. So let me... Oh, Discord just crashed. Never mind. Maybe I'll hold on for 3 seconds. Alright. Good shit. Let's move. Come on, I need the images so I can put them up, please. Okay. Sorry for the quick hold up. Save image. Don't crash, please. Okay. File name can be whatever. Save image. Documents. Okay, over to the Be Right Back screen. Let's add those browse. Okay. Here we go. This is what the councilman was reduced to. What we blasted. Okay. And one more lovely image. Okay, I will be right back. Enjoy those 2 photos. We will be doing the second round. I will be streaming it. Maybe not the full thing, but we'll see what we get up to. I will be right back. Thank you. One momento.
SS14 said, you hikey know you're balling when you have the head dev and head maintainer in your chat. Behavino_originality said, also I was Mars, it was fun flying under you.
Okay, hello. Okay. Y'all, I am back. I have finished holding my rot. Okay, oh, I see some messages. Hello. Straight up rotting it, yes. You were Mars? What's fun flying under you? Well, you were very fun too. I loved the little bit of role-playing going on. I will never say no to it. Now, I presume the mech went onto the ship, blasted you away, and then either spaced your body or something else? Ooh, I'm out of breath. Hold on. The SOM black bagged me. Ah, so I was right to say you were moth-napped. Got it. Okay. I mean, that's how the whole lot's pretty much. It happens. Hold on. And also saying that I have the head dev and head maintainer in my chat. I am very glad to hear it, and I am so glad that this community has at least, like, been supportive of me streaming this. A whole bunch of different Space 14 servers do not like people streaming their game, and especially with a player versus player heavy thing like here. It's, you know, good to see that's supported. Usually I'd win a bowling like that, but I was too busy wiring. I SOM bombed haze, so I low cooking nearly turned their ship into dust. Yeah, I'll be honest, SOM, I'm not too sure what to think about SOM. They seem kind of iffy, but I mean, I haven't played, yeah, first time chat. You hate SOM! Fair enough. Hello, Hellcat. Let's see, flag. Oh, huh?
5660 said, it's a frag faction for LRP fragments.
Yeah, it is. It does seem like there's not much RP. There is a little bit in terms of, oh wow, we need to murder, but for God, but I mean, my only issue is that, like, oh yes, we shall show how strong we are by killing the random spacer in a mining ship or whatever. It just, I should play SAR. I really should. I've been doing a lot of NCWL, and it would be nice to do a different faction. I'm just trying to decide whether I should do it this host or another host. You know what I mean? Not sure. Not sure. Probably next week. That would be fun. Yeah, I'll put a pin in it. I'll think about it. But for now, for right now, I think we should head over to the game and then hop into NCWL, do some mining, and we'll see what happens from there. Because I mean, who knows what happens? We could be black bagged by SLM and then sacrificed to whatever their god is. That sounds like something that would probably happen. Okay. Hullrot doesn't type in. Just started. We have a bunch of people. Saint Romain, that's it. That's the ticket. Saint Romain. Yeah, do we honor Saint Romain by killing a random spacer, a human in cold blood, who's just like in a termite or some shit? I don't really know what Saint Romain does, but I don't know if that's it, boss. Who knows at this point? Okay, partisan. Let's see what we're doing. Oh, big lag spike! Holy hell! Oh my god! Don't the lag! Fuck! Has it? Now, quick question. When I was actively playing and doing a lot of rounds, like every host, it was not as laggy as it is currently. Did something happen with the server box? Was it changed? Because it seems pretty damn strong today. I have no clue. Let me just report down here and get my loadout going.
Lots of updates and shit, I think.
Lots of updates and shit. Fair enough. Maybe there's some bug today. Who really knows? Ah, well. Oh? A message? How queer. God, dude. Hold on. Who is that? I don't know. Get everything in here. Who is that? I don't know. Who?
That's IPM.
Oh, that's fucking Reggie Bell. Holy fuck. God. I'll be so honest, I am scared of Reggie Bell. They are incredibly robust at this game, my god. If I get boarded and I see Reggie Bell boarded me, then it's over. Maybe that's for me not being very robust and having a different idea of what's going on, but that's how I see it, honestly. He's a very good player. Maybe they're trying to get a trade deal going, who knows. They're doing something, that's for sure. Okay, I'm going to... I see a couple pings from the Discord of Hullrot. I'm going to quickly just take a peek. Just because I don't...
You should take the trade ban trade. It's very useful.
I really should. Maybe I'll make a little bit of lore out of it. I'm gonna quickly check just to make sure there's no admins asking me something. Because that would be pretty damn important. Mentions me. Hold on. Do. You know, maybe I have a fault that I need to check all of the gosh dang pings I have on Discord. But sometimes it's real important. Okay, fun. Okay. It's just a message about DSM era of humiliation showing me destroying accounts, man. Fuck yeah, okay. This community is very polarizing. It is the chuddiest SS14 server I have ever seen, but god, this game is pretty damn fun. Alright, well, let's go over to the armory and get it. Hello, mech. Salutes. Welcome back.
The _person 5660 said,
Oop.
You haven't seen Ron Ranch.
I haven't seen what? Hold on. I missed that
There's
message. There is worse, you know? That is so true. I know there is a lot of...
Said, Rane.
Fear.
Hold on one second. I accidentally closed the chat. I need to get it back up again. Whoopsie daisy.
Hawkins Fox said, DSM in shambles RN.
DSM in shambles. Yeah. I don't doubt that there is a worse...
Too, but somehow less so.
Somehow less so, yeah. I am not aware of what other awful servers there are.
Saw will
Ooh.
sweep this time. Trust.
Saw will sweep. I mean, probably. I don't doubt it. There is plenty of different servers I don't know about.
5660 said,
Oop.
in Turbine Sweep.
No diff. No diff. There
No diff.
There are like plenty of Russian servers I don't know about because Russia is the other like major majority of people on SS14. So I have no clue what's going on with the development there or not. Could be plenty of different things. Vanguard, okay. I can rock with the Vanguard. Okay, let's arm up with our friend Mars. The armory is looted by locusts, thieves, and I'll want miners for Zalodka. Okay. Sorry, I was talking and I completely missed what was going on. Arm up, says Mars. They gave me a shotgun. Very good. Alright. Arming up. Thank you again. Comrade Mars. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see what we got. That's a hard suit. Give me that. Oh, flag. We need the mag boots. Give me that. Global GPS. Double emergency. Very good. We have the shotgun already. Give me with the full 12 gauge. Anything else? I don't think so. Very good. Let's get our checklist done. We need the... It's over here. There you are. We need our... We have a global positioning system. Jetpack. Yes. Don't need jack boots. That's good. Put that there. A jetpack. Handheld mass scanner. Here we go. Vanguard 214. That is ours. We'll be escorting our miners. If I had to assume. Okay, let's grab a spare oxygen tank. Always good to have. Righty. We have our shotgun bullets. Shells. Oh my god, I call them bullets. I'm feeling gross. Don't listen to me. Oh, okay. Dismissed. Okay, we need rounds for the Vanguard. I believe they use slugs, but I mean, always check. Always check before you use a bunch of resources. Oh, flag spike. Okay, on Space Wind. God, that is something that people have different opinions about. I find Space Wind so damn funny. So, for anyone who doesn't really play Space Station 14, Space Wind is a mechanic on a lot of different servers which change what happens when a depressurization event occurs where the atmosphere leaves out of, let's say, a broken window. Space Wind will immediately suck you towards whatever happened, including if you like open a door to a room that is already spaced. Which is why you have these mag boots to stick you to the floor of the ship. But if you don't have mag boots, you start flying, and it can be really funny how far into deep space you get sucked out into. It's a very polarizing thing, but I find it hilarious. Now we need 43mm dasher. Okay. Arming the Vanguard for escort duty. Very good. Uh-oh. You see this? Someone's doing some shenanigans. Probably they spawned a ship, tore those guns off of it to put it onto something else, and then sold it. I've seen it happen a couple of times while spectating, and it's more of a like recent development, especially. But it has been a very big thing with Saw, if I remember correctly. Your gang human do. Alright, we need 50 cal. 50 cal. Nope, 50 cal. Not 50 cal. Woo! Go to belt 1. We can do that, yeah.
Doing that for a while.
Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, isn't that just straight up Saw's thing? Tearing apart ships, changing them, selling things.
Pretty much.
pretty much. Fair enough, okay. So we will have 2 spare for each of our guns. We'll get... Here, how much is left in it? Let's double check. I don't want to use all of it.
Abominations we have created?
I've seen some of them, not all.
Blackheart
Nils-
Cabal said, SAW is TFSC and handles most of their salvage and basic resource upcycling.
Fair enough, resource upcycling. Now, I remember in a while ago, before I personally played Hullrot, there was a server, sorry, not server, station, Freeport, where all of the different TFSC factions converged and could do stuff about. I wonder if we're ever going to get that back, but I imagine...
Person 5660 said, Slava Freeporting.
Freeport! Wah! Yes, very much so. I imagine...
Human 2 said, Freeport Raw.
There you go.
Person 5660 said, what port?
Well, now let's let the text-to-speech play.
Freeport.
Human 2 said, Freeport.
My cat is pawing at a pillow. I'm gonna quickly just...
Person
Oop.
5660
I'll let that
said,
play.
I fucking love the times where TFSC would completely sweep and the chat would be filled with what port? Freeport.
Freeport!
Human 2 said, huh. Shit. Brainrot. Like Hullrot but worse.
Sorry about that. Cat needed something. Last call for the Vodka crew. All volunteers speak. I am on the Vanguard. And I'm going to show something that should always be done with a Vanguard after I get some tools and some more ammunition. You should always do this to your Vanguards. It's already done to the Vanguard Mark II, but should always do it. We're not there. Mocha. 50 cal is in the bottom one, so it passed this. Very good. 2. And there we go. That's all. SOM, if you continue attacking us, we are literally going to blow up your hideout. Sent by Courtney Buzzard, Cyberdawn Researcher. SOM blowing up random people? Sounds like SOM. I'm with Courtney Buzzard right now. I fully believe they know exactly where the hideout is. I do not though. So I'll let them do it. So that has loaded, that's loaded. 2 for each. Now, time for the retrofit everyone should be doing. We move this in here. Absolutely every time do this.
Blackheart Cabal said,
Ooh,
formerly
hold on,
several
okay.
fire teams of the Imperial Compliance Corps united under a single wing, the SRM have found their new identity in the reclamation of escaped Imperial assets, as well as the conscription of new ones. Essentially a slavers guild with the self-appointed divine edge, they operate out of the domain system under their Imperial overlords, but often stray into Tapan to capture victims for the rebuilding effort.
I couldn't have said it any better myself. But yes, it is pretty cool. But I mean, God. It says that, right? And it sounds cool. Capture victims for the rebuilding effort. But then they don't. They just murder people. I haven't seen them capture anyone in a while.
There is no such thing as SRM. There has never been any such thing as SRM. Please report to the commissar.
Who's the commissar? Hold on. Let's take a peek. Petrus. Okay. I'll complain to Petrus real quick. How good till I bloom? Till I whole lot, okay? Straight rotting it. Where is gosh dang RCD? Give me that. Give me that. And we will do the next retrofit that you can do. Sometimes, if you want. Exuba left? What the fuck? Exuba already left? Okay, we have to step it up.
Aisha shouted you out in the main Discord announcements, lol.
Aw, thank you, Aisha. That actually means a lot. Hell yeah. Fantastic. Alrighty, well, let's get over to our Vanguard. We'll do the last retrofit. We'll be ready to go. Top dock. Now, this one is a little bit extra. Moving the console over to the back room is a very easy thing to do. However, you can give it a little bit more sauce. Oop, my cat wants to exit the room, so I'm going to let it real quick. Whoop. Always take care of your pets. It's more important than whole rotting it, okay? Alright. Now, what you can do is who got rammed? What the hell? Alright, what you can do is add a wall here. Add a wall here. And then down here you can
Turkey said, you should buy Shinohara product.
We should buy Shinohara product, absolutely. If you have a what's it called? Screwdriver, you can then take apart that little railing and then add 2 extra walls, which I completely forgot to grab. Oh, it's not there. It's down. Okay. 2 seconds. Did everyone... Oh, shit! Fuck, I did not do that. I forgot. Oh. Well, silly me. Alright, let's get that screwdriver. Boink. And a tracker. Dude. Click. Good. Always do that. Don't be like me and forget.
Fucking Cubaman at the bottom of your screen isn't that cool?
Yeah, look at that fucking little thing. It's all of those people. What will happen if they get shot with a 320mm high acceleration cannon, okay? What is SLM going to do to all of you tiny little goobers at the bottom? I'm gonna tell you this. It's not good. Oh, it's true. That's what happens if you're not good.
Century of divine soul mandate humiliation.
I mean, they got shot up by this tiny little weird pink thing in the corner of the screen. Divine soul mandates. Divine to what? Ah, fuck. If that's the case.
Dude, NCWL locked the fuck in these last 2 days.
Then I am glad for it. Ready to depart to the belt to escort.
Domination, I said.
Leaving now.
DSM leadership exodus.
Oh, really? They went?
They went
Hold
back
on,
to
I'll let it speak.
SS14, I think.
Okay, from what I know about SS13, I've heard of ship test. Did they go back to ship test, or did they, like, is there a new server on PlayStation 13 for ship stuff? I really don't know. I have no clue. Man, who knows, really?
DSM leadership came from a war server called Escalation.
Escalation, okay. Is this a
From
ship?
Turkey said, ship test isn't very much combat, it's a more hugbox kind of server.
Okay. That's kind of interesting. I wonder why they like it then. Okay, I'm gonna quickly pause. I just noticed that the chat is behind.
Ship test absolutely sucks compared to this because they have no ship combat or PvP.
Ew, no ship combat. Ewy. Okay. Let's put chat right over here.
Underscore originality said, Aisha stole most sprites from ship test LMAO. And you're
So I've
home-biased,
heard.
Aisha. PvP happens in events.
Okay, that should hopefully be better for chat. I moved it up higher up on the screen, so my huge face isn't in the way. I'm sorry I didn't notice that sooner. PvP happens in events. So I guess I wonder what happened here that made them want to leave.
Ship test dissolves into day's tear, killed for a can of beans. Shootouts when you try to poach someone else's salvage, and this is entirely a player-regulated issue.
I mean, fair enough. That kind of thing does happen. Okay. Need to make sure the zoomer is fine. Okay. There is...
They feel like the admins troll DSM too much and are biased against them.
Okay.
DSM leadership, that is.
Alright, so...
Burka from Turkey said,
I can...
Don't forget to visit Tatsumoto Trading Outpost and buy our product.
DSM. So, from what I've heard...
Cabal said, if DSM are slavers, why isn't the faction like?
Incentivized to take people alive.
Yeah, I think that was referring to SRM.
Target needs to be alive or SMTH.
Yeah, that could be cool. For SRM, yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they don't take people alive. It's weird. So the admin team, if I remember, are mostly NCWL.
Visit Dokkan for ship mods, but I bet your ass is too broke to buy any.
Yes, I have never been paid. I've only made new slots of Hell Stargazer to get the starting fund back. My ass is real at NCWL Communard, okay?
Dasnanavi Verification said, they don't take people alive because everyone are 100% loyal to their faction. 100% black.
Careful now. My chat, my chat is not the Discord. You be careful, okay?
I haven't seen much of Hullrot. What's the DSM?
Haven't seen much of Hullrot. What's the DSM? I'll talk in a moment.
A weapon as NCWL?
There is the armory, and we go to the armory and we pick up a gun. And then if we want a better gun that isn't just a iffy shotgun or Mosin Nagans, then we have to get resources from mining and then produce it ourselves. That's how we acquire weapons as the NCWL. Now for the DSM. The DSM are a fantastic... oh my god, what? I hate lag.
A neo-feudalist empire of aristocratic slavers, united in their quasi-religious cult of personality around Kaiser Renald Guise. Installed as a military dictatorship during humanity's earliest days of interstellar travel, the DSM has held much of the...
Oh my god! This is awful!
Years.
Well, fuck. My ass is never getting a ship again, oh my god. Yeah, we're good. Thank you for the explanation too, that really helps. Sumo Vanguard, Z good.
Set your ship console
Vanguard here.
Blackheart Cabal said, DSM
Vanguard here, a DSM...
never had internal reform.
Human Dutu said, you are getting sent to the Gulag Twin.
Okay, there we go. So the DSM is essentially the Empire from Galactic. I have not seen Legend of the Galactic Heroes before, but I mean, you're probably right. And I am absolutely getting sent to the Gulag, which is likely just a ultralight and then sent at the enemy, if I had to guess. Tetris, of course.
Hello. I am totally NCWL main. Can I ask what's your plans?
Totally NCWL. What's my plans? Well, my plans is currently to not hit another rock.
Evil Nazi space station server.
It is that, yes. I mean, kinda. it is kinda the chuddest place I have personally been. That... And there have been some weirdos. That is kind of what you are known for, yeah. This server has a reputation that precedes itself.
That took a big fucking haircut of your ship and everything still works fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm cool. Stop and don't move. It's been a huge hit. Yeah.
Human do 2 said, cough Ronnie cough.
For real though, it... I fucking love that. Space wind really do be iffy sometimes in space lag, but I mean, this server is kind of iffy on lag, which is fine. It's Space Station 14. It is amazing how this ship-based version of the game works at all. I mean, it is amazing. You seem to be missing. What?
Plasma Flutter said.
The DSM mind beam. Nasty stuff.
He said, ha 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 ha.
Ooh hee hoo. You are down a gun.
Plasma Flutter said.
And I shall shoot with my shotgun at them.
Said, Fleet Competent is hashtag noticing.
Me being damaged and present is better than the miners not having escort.
Plasma Flutter said, what does number noticing mean?
Noticing can be literally anything, to be honest. But they are noticing that I have some damage. I've been hurt from the DSM Imperial Mind Beam that hit my ship. Did I? Everyone quiet.
Blackheart Cabal said,
Oop.
as for who Saint Romain himself is, he's a canonized DSM saint of war and sacrifice that had his wife die to a plague that the Aterians cursed her with. Red, his wife had an affair with a moth person and died of an STD. He waged the greatest crusade in galactic history, killing millions of Aterians, flew to Tapan to eliminate more, and his armada got wiped out. The Kaiser canonized him after.
Yeah, pretty much. If it's not in quotes, I'm typing that shit. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, the lore of this game is a very... I just froze. Don't mind beam. No, mind beam. Oh, whew. I was almost destroyed by the mind beam once again. I'm good. Kaiser. So let me restart the game. So just 1 second. We'll go to the be right back screen. And I will quickly clearing my mind for 3 seconds from the mind beam. Okay. Yeah. Restarting the game.
Blackheart Cabal said, that if it's not in quotes I'm typing that shit. Plasma Flutter said, Kaiser. Rollupper's reference.
Letting the TTS catch back up. 1 second.
Human do 2 said, restart your game.
That fixes it for me.
Alright, so let me just see. So the lore of this game is very word of mouth. It is not, and since the game is very all done by volunteers mostly, not bounties, lore is hard to come by in games, and it's true.
I adore the lore. It's just that it's incredibly obscure. I'm a very
Indeed.
basic joint and have had to search like a motherfucker for it.
Very much so. It is.
I feel that
Very unfortunate that it
I
is.
can speak with relatively less bias on the DSM and NCWL than others.
Oh yeah, of course. I have to assume that the DSM leadership that left due to what they said, right? Free port! What port? There you go. Alright, so I assume they left because the admins, from what I've seen, from what I've seen is mostly, NCWL, and so I guess there's more effort on NCWL. I'm not sure exactly, but that if I had to assume is why the DSM leaders left. But you probably have more insight because I do not personally play DSM. DSM are just not really what I am interested in terms of faction lore. But that's so true. Hello, welcome to the chat. Yeah, pretty much. Shinohara was, when I was starting the game, Hullrot specifically, was the faction I was most tempted to join. However, I saw a bunch of stuff about how NCWL are a more starter faction, and I learned a little bit more about the players of the NCWL, and so I joined the NCWL. Simple as that, really. I haven't done much yet otherwise. There's just so little time for these hosts. What? Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. I forgot. I forgot to switch back. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, y'all. I am stupid as fuck. Alright, we're back. Hello. You didn't miss anything. I just circled around the ships watching for contacts. Nothing new. DSM on excellent demonstration of the flaws of monarchy since when the previous dominant dynasty left and a new one popped. It became a century of humiliation. Yeah, pretty much. Time to stream snipe. So,
I hate escorting.
So stream sniping is something that, like, it's fine, kind of. It's not great to just die from stream sniping, but at the same time, I mean, it'll be fun getting boarded, always. It's fun to try to repel, and if I die, I can just spectate the round. But also that, it is kind of lame. If you...
Also, as escort, I recommend you every once in a while switch to your map and sweep your surroundings for unidentified craft around instead of always looking at radar view.
Yeah, you are right about that.
You know you can respawn, right?
No, you can respawn. You can respawn?
Wallow said, you can also respawn.
It's something I'm thinking about. Yeah. It's something to think about.
From Turkey said, if you spend 5 seconds looking at your radar, spend 1 second looking at your map.
Good tips, good tips. I can respawn as a new faction. Maybe Saw? Could be fun.
Or you can respawn in a new faction.
Indeedy.
Yes.
Indeed. But yeah, stream sniping I don't think is that big of an issue. It's annoying, but it comes with the territory. What I would just say is to, if you're stream sniping, don't like proliferate it. Don't give cords out to your faction. That's the only like hold up. Don't be a goober or I'll have to be a goober back. Okay. Take another peek. Oh, it broke. Cool. Not FTL, don't FTL. What is that ship over there? Is that the Dawnbreaker? Maybe. Okay. How much ore do y'all have? Normally, I am in one of the exubers at the start of the round and mining. So it's a change of pace to be in a slightly atomized vanguard. God, I can't believe it. Ooh, don't crash. 1.5 crates. Damn, that captain is cooking. So, anyone who is new to this game, to Hullrot, all of these rocks have different colors because they contain different ores. I am not keen on all of the different types for which mineral all of them have. However, the important one is these purple rocks. These purple rocks have the most plasma in them, and because of that, they are the best. Absolutely, if you are in a miner mining for a faction, go get those purple rocks. They are the most valuable. You should absolutely be going for them. If you are a normal a Space Station 14 player and you are interested in Hullrot, I would prefer, honestly, go either DSM or NCWL and then play a round. If you enjoy the game, then you can join the Discord, because the Discord is so full of insane people, it could turn you off a little bit. So play the game and read in your PDA. There will be these books, and it will tell you a bunch of information in these. These will be fantastic to help you get going, and to occasionally check normally too. So absolutely give those a look. Play around. It happens every weekend at 10 p.m. for me. Yeah.
Originality said, or you could follow an old head player and learn the true way.
Absolutely, there you go. Follow an old head and learn. But yeah, definitely just be wary of the Discord. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay. Everything is looking fine so far.
Burka from Turkey said, those books are actually crazy because NCWL command got washed of training nobodies every fucking round and all their new players instantly switching to other teams whenever they learned how to play LMAOL.
Yeah. I mean, there are plenty of new players in the NCWL, and you can... That definitely means a couple of different things. It means that the skill floor is kinda, you know... Well, hold on.
Dude, back when I was NCWLFL, I'd round up new players on an Iverd and teach them myself.
That works, yeah. Whatever gets people to learn more about the game. And those books are very good.
Human Dutu said, if you like ship modding, go saw BTW.
That's their thing.
If you don't, then I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah. There was a lot of variance in these factions, and definitely a variance in the player base. Definitely just try to see what you like. I was lucky because I liked the NCWL, and I played the NCWL, and I kept playing the NCWL. But NCWL is definitely not going to be for everyone. And you will likely start thinking, God, these people suck! Okay, I just ran out of oxygen, so I am going to switch. There you go. Okay. Looking fine for now. We have a Zorni. Oh, Ladka? Ladka is in a spin. I'm going to quickly fire a Slugthor. I want to just do an anti-border little tickle of the space around the Ladka. Just in case there's any boarders that's trying to fly in space, it's good to do. Okay. Who is on the Ladka? I don't know who's on the Ladka. What happened?
Orders already?
I'm not sure. Because when I see this, I think of an anti-border spin. When you spin your ship up as fast as it goes, so that if someone is on the outside of your hull, they can't move.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I'm worried about it. I was shooting a little bit
From Turkey
around
said
the Ladka.
He hit a rock and is losing air, which is causing spin.
Ah, depressurization
NASA
event.
Navigator
Gotcha.
Notification said, if it doesn't hail in 1 minute, just shoot it down. Burka from Turkey said, your ship spins if it's leaking air.
Spin ship.
Human
And,
Virtue
oh,
said,
it does it
tell
spin.
him to anchor.
Based on this is simple fucking around, I assume that he's fine and that doesn't anchor because it's silly to spin. But, you know, yeah. Okay. Everything's looking fine. We have an exhumer going back. I could escort. Okay. Unknown by deep belt. I'll have to keep a watch on that. Okay. Interesting. Test? I can't believe it. DSM. Classic. Yes. DSM really are on the rocks, huh? How silly. Let's all be nice to each other, please. Sent by Sam Bosworth. Thank you, Spacer. Appreciate it. Why do I have the distinct feeling at some point I'm going to receive a fax in my ship of some like random ass thing? There's a chance. There's a chance. Joy wires from IPM. Peace in our time. God, can you imagine that? A full Hullrot round where everyone chillaxes, there aren't any boarding actions, everyone is just vibing. That would be kind of crazy. I would get behind that.
Not scientifically possible.
Not possible. Yeah, probably, honestly. There would be some spacer who starts tweaking out because they didn't shoot something and immediately go like ram their termite into the countsman or something. That sounds... You shut up, ML Moser. You see, love never wins. These DSM, I swear. Now we see the violence inherent in the system of DSM.
Burka from Turkey said, love will win.
Love will win. Love will win. Hey yo, who we loving here, okay? Who we loving? Do you got a secret admirer for... Uh-oh.
But it actually always prevails. The love.
Hold on, I think I heard the fax machine. I shouldn't have spoken. The ominous void? What the hell? Alright, this could be literally anything. Okay. As a precaution, I'm going to do this. As a precaution. I'm gonna look at it. What even is this? Oh! Oh, I see. Now, okay, now, let's go. Let's come back. As we can see, Peter Griffin. I can approve of that, yeah. Let's keep that on the side right there. We'll keep our buddy around. Peter! I just depressurized my ship with a DSM mind beam. Peter? Peter.
From
The
Turkey
horse
said,
is here.
Hello, I'm Peter Griffin.
I'm Peter Griffin. Wowee. Lots of IFF cloaked ships. Yep, there's one over there. Uh-huh. Seems to be fine over here. Check out this. Especially glides. Yeah, I don't trust SOM. God, Peter Griffin. Does this mean Peter Griffin is canon? Peter Griffin is... What faction would Peter Griffin be a part of?
Yes.
Xenohara? That... Axima, okay.
Verification said, CMM.
CMM?
Human 2 said, Spacers. Burka from Turkey said, DSM.
Okay, so what I am learning here is that the identity of Peter Griffin is a polarizing subject. Who fucking knows what Peter Griffin, this guy right here, stands for? Could be anything. Okay, I don't see nothing going on here.
Behavino_originality said, Peter Griffer, NCWL partisan.
Uh-oh. Hear that? I think that's another fax. I guess I gotta go check.
Said, he's American. I guess it's Nap.
Nap, yeah. That would make sense. That would make sense. Nope, no facts. Okay.
Pockets Fox said, executed with extreme prejudice.
Peter. Peter. Peter, I just shot DSM's councilman in the...
Turkey said, is that broken machine your other slug thrower?
Oh shit, it might actually... I might just be able to screwdriver it. Is there a machine? No, there isn't. Yes, it is in fact the other slug thrower. I have one... Only one. Because of the... Oh, wait. Actually. Yes! Fuck yeah, baby. Okay, we are back in business. No. Write it.
Pockets Fox said, not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Oh yeah. I don't... Do I have a... I don't think I have a screwdriver. Fuck! I don't have a screwdriver on me. Wait, no, I do. I have it right here, right here. Yes! Yes, winning! Sorry, Peter Griffin. I gotta move. Okay, just...
Originality said, damn, your inventory isn't min-maxed. You're ashamed to NCWL.
It's true, it's true. Do I have any spot where I can put this? There, that works. Hold on.
Burka from Turkey said, deconstruct the chair for metal to expand hull.
Good choice,
Pockets
good
Fox
choice.
Said, no MRE box?
No MRE box? I threw it out. I think. I should probably grab one though. Okay, metal rod. Metal rod. I threw out gold. Here, I'm a moth. I can't eat the Nutri-Brick. Oh my god, get it through...
The box it comes in has blue space storage.
It... What the fuck? That's crazy.
Burka from Turkey said, Big Goon.
Big goon. Ta-da. Oh wait, I need to anchor it. I'm fucking stupid. Hold on. Wrench. Ow. My robustness. Ugh.
Also,
Oh,
you are
pussy.
going to need to find the hard point if you expect to fire that thing again.
That's true. That's true. Hmm. I hope the hardpoint wasn't destroyed. Can they be destroyed? I mean, they have to be able to be destroyed. Oh, there it is. Okay, well, there it is.
Lucky you.
Lucky me.
Urka from Turkey said, Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder, can she fix it? Yes, she can. Okay. Ooh, it has a long do after. Okay. I think... Mm-hmm. Oh. Why did I... I should be on the other side. Okay. Rotate. What? Oh, the hard point is facing the wrong way.
Said, you gotta rotate the hard point.
Yes. Okay. Hold on.
Yep.
Eh. God, long do after. Doing repairs on the Vanguard. 3 moments. Okay, can I just rotate it? There we go. Good. Alright, let me just zoom in. Ah, I see. Okay. There we go. Looking good. Looking good. Perfect. That should be good. I don't have a multi-tool, so I hope it's all fine.
Pockets Fox said, you might need to link the hardpoint to the shuttle console with
Yeah.
the multi-tool.
I do. Damn. Okay, we'll do that when we get back to, what's it called? Port Valesca. That's a shame, but hey, we got it. We got it. It's fine. Alright, what's going on here? That over there. We gotta move. It's right there. Lag, don't... Okay, we need to go say hello. I hear the pointer again.
Turkey said, kill him.
Pockets
Kill
Fox said,
him!
by the way, where is the NCWL medevac shuttle? Proto.
God, I need to fix it.
Urka from
I need to
Turkey
do some
said,
light fixing and
"Run."
actually fix it. I mapped a NCWL little medevac shuttle, and I need to... Ooh! Hey, that was a hit. Good. Okay, let's do a spread. Because he was just going to be able to dodge it. Ugh! But he has missiles on him. Let's... Okay, so he has missiles on him. Let's just go... Oh! Big mistake by him. Hell yeah. Get his ass.
Human Do 2 said, get yo dumb AHH tail out THA way. I can't see the screen.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Here you go.
I don't
There you
think
go.
he's surviving.
Yeah, he is not gonna survive that. I'm worried that this might be a distraction though. Oh my god, there is nothing left. There is nothing left. Do not approach it. Okay, backing away. I wanna... Here we go. Sprinkle it a little more. Okay, that should be just fine. Spacer. Scuttled withdrawal. Okay, we got it. SOM defeated. I'm sure they won't be back. Smile.
Just in case as he fires 50 more 30mm shells at the enemy.
I mean, I have the firepower. I might as well use it, right? Because for all I know, he was just sitting there on the ship thinking about who to board. Might as well give it a little bit more juice. I'm not Saw. I'm not gonna be scrapping it, right? Give it a little more
Dick
juice.
Face said, are those SRM?
Those are most likely SRM, yes.
Burka from Turkey
No!
said,
Lag.
no,
Ugh.
they are dead people.
That's true. We can only hope. We can only hope. Anti-border spin while reloading. Okay. I think I heard the fax machine go out. Oh, will we turn to Baleska in 3 moments? I'm curious. Fax, new fax. Okay, same as last time. We will quickly just go to this.
Spin won't
Well,
help you
I
because
check.
you got a whole asshole in your ship.
That's true. Congratulations, you have been selected to have free 55 scrap points for Ocean ship modding services. Come on down for your free ship mod scrap code. Oh yeah. Well, I am not showing this on stream. Mwahaha. I'm not saying it out loud. Now let's go back to Balreska. What Balreska, home of the glorious NCWL. Very good. God, the lag is strong today. There's Baleska. We can hit all the way over there and free Sony.
Merdic Face said, sad Shin O'Hara is not usually up for second rounds.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, I understand why. Sometimes you just don't have the people, and sometimes you don't have the population to be, I mean, selling things. Hell, I'm kind of busy. I want to go over to SOM and get some ship mods, you know what I mean?
Burka from Turkey said, no, we just don't have the will to play for 6 hours.
Saw, I'm fucking stupid. Yep, you're right, you're right.
Two said, Saw, not SRM.
That's true, I don't want to go over to SOM.
Pockets Fox said, you do not
I have...
asterisk want to go to SRM.
I haven't heard the TTS do that, oh my god.
SRM
The TTS agrees. Of goodies? I have intel of goodies.
Burka from Turkey said,
For
SRM will happily mod
free
your ship.
ship mods. Well, oh yes they will. With a 320mm cannon, I'm sure.
Magic Face just followed. Welcome.
Thank you for the follow.
Human
do.
said, just a bit off the top.
Just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. They may want to investigate after selling my Ladka. Indeed.
Burka from Turkey said, hi Cuban.
Hi, Cuban. Hello. Okay. Station alert has been set to green. Oh, is SLM dead? Because better yet, turns the Ladka into a real danger. A sleeper? Could be good. Could be pretty pog.
Merdic Face said, what's up twin?
What's up, tween? I have intel. Ooh, a horn.
Burka from Turkey said, smiling face with heart-shaped eyes blowing a kiss.
Pockets Fox said, another happy landing.
And here we are, nice and home.
Burka from Turkey said, don't forget to refill oxygen.
Yeah, I do need to refill oxygen, especially if I'm going to be piloting that thing around more. Oh man. It's so
Include
funny.
those ship cards in your
joke.
PDA also.
Oh, really? Also that. Game changing. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Human Dude 2 said, fun fact, Saw also does ship repair.
Do they? Do they? It do be a good idea to do so. A fucking gargoyle just sitting.
Burka from Turkey said,
Oh my god.
big gun.
Big gun. The Union captain is in a bad
American
state.
Face said,
Well, okay.
You should get a mech, they are underrated.
Should get it back, yeah. Were any of you around during the plague of
Human Dude 2 said,
entity
Matches are
ULs? Entity ULs, oh god.
the nerve.
Horrific. Real bad.
Burka from Turkey said, you should go to SAW with your Vanguard and that 120mm artillery cannon and ask them to fit it in.
That would be so fucking funny. Oh god. They absolutely could though. Do we want a Vanguard with a 120mm cannon? That would be kinda awesome.
They will also put in shield generator.
Shield generator. I'd love a Vanguard Mark II with 120mm. Possum, yes indeed, possum. Alright, where is our commissar? Go commissar! Not on station. Okay, well, shoot me then.
Can put a 230mm in your ship. Pockets Fox said, Saw will probably kill you. Saw has been on a bench of attacking NCWL.
Yeah. It's got a hole right in the back.
SAW is starting to kill everyone now.
Ooh, 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 multi-tool, I need that.
Burka from Turkey said, Scott Murray will pull away his scraploids if he smells money.
Human Dude 2 said, he will. Can I get a
Multi-tool. Can I get a tool? Multi-tool. Let's get that linked up, huh? We have one free cannon, Paul, let's go. It's true, it's true.
From Turkey said, Vanguard, pirate class destroyer.
Destroyer. So true.
MK2.
I mean, honestly, just
Meredith
the Vanguard is a
Scott
fantastic
owes
ship.
him 200K. He is a bum.
Vanguard's such a
Human
good
Dude 2
ship.
said, WH.
Nope, that's not it. This is it.
Pockets Fox said, I don't fully trust Scott. We negotiated an NCWL SAW ceasefire agreement and then the next thing we know there is the infamous DSM SAW agreement.
ESM SAW agreement.
Human 2 said, I do.
That's not... I need
Actually,
oxygen.
The
I need...
DSM SAW deal came before the ceasefire.
Oh, did it? Interesting. Okay, I
I was trying
need...
to play both sides.
Start linking shell console. No! Space lag! Holy fuck. Wiring
Pockets
detected
Fox said,
malfunction.
"Well, you
That's,
are a
I don't think that's
specific
not what
kind
we
of
want.
bastard."
We need a wrench and get to the hard point specifically. Give me that. Okay, so wrench, unwrench.
Mirdic Face said, remember Scott was drunk when he signed that.
Oh god, as every
Human
good
2
agreement
said,
should be.
Oh yeah, a bastard of the greedy type.
Group
Scott is
1
banned from
toggle?
drinking now BTW.
Oh my god,
Pockets
that's
Fox
silly.
said, he says he was drunk, but he seemed fine when I was there. Burka from Turkey said, You can right-click in these situations to access the sprite. You can't click directly.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Oh, you know, it would help if it was actually on the damn hard point. Okay. Anchor. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Test. Nope. I suppose I did it to the wrong group then? Probably. Probably. No, I need the multi-tool. Group 1, toggle, done. How odd.
Pockets Fox said, use the multi-tool on the hardpoint, not the gun. Then use the multi-tool on the shuttle console.
Okay, let me try do it inverse. Because I thought I was doing
Burka from
that.
Turkey
Hard
said,
point.
FNAF ad jump scare.
FNAF. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the ad was about to play. Ooh.
Pockets Fox said, I hate ads.
Hold on. We'll get back from the ad soon. Hold on. Okay, it's acting real weird. I don't know. That's weird.
Human2 said, how many ads are there? Holy shit.
I'm gonna...
Pathowogen Virus said, gonna kill Twitch.
Pockets Fox said, /3. Pathowogen Virus said, total Twitch obliteration. Human2 said, 3 minutes straight of ads.
God.
Pockets Fox said, did it link?
I think it wasn't loaded. It had one bullet in the chamber, but nothing else. What? Okay. Let's load the other one. Okay. What? Why is that one not working now? What the fuck? What happens? God. Linking in this game. What? What?
Close the bolt.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Shift. Click. There's 100 shots remaining. Close bolt. Fuck. God. Sometimes, huh? There we go, all done. Now let's add some armor to this Vanguard. I think it needs it. Desperately. Oh my god. Lag! E! Okay. We fill the RCD. We need ship plating. Fill that. Fill that. I think that needs a thruster or something. Now we need walls. Not fancy walls, but it'll work. Honestly, let's just fill this in a little bit more armor. Look at that. That'll work nicely. Okay. Status of everyone, because it's been quiet. Nothing's happened. So, with the ads, you need to play a certain amount of ads every hour for it to not play an ad when you first click the stream. Now, I don't know why it's fucking playing 3 minutes. That's awful. I'm going to try to make sure that if that plays, it's going to be not while we're in a fight. Because that will suck for everyone involved. That... oh my god. Awful. But in the wake of that, we have an hour of no ads when people come in. So, we'll be good. We'll be good. Let's get more oxygen. Everything... oh. There's still... that. Yeah. This is going to be vented no matter what I do. Fortunately. Yeah, okay. Let's get some food, oxygen, and then go from there. I need to get a quick drink of water. Alrighty. Ooh, we have Sunders. Okay. Sunders are fantastic. Oh, they're not there. Sunders are great ships. Probably one of my favorite ships in this game. It's so cool looking. The silhouette is so good. Eat that up, okay? Sorry, this is not optimized. There. I don't think I can eat this, but we'll try.
General_Badier said, watch out for the crazed Imperial storming your airlocks.
So true. You know, sometimes I've been tempted when I'm on a Vanguard to wall off both airlocks with the RCD. So at least I have a little bit more time. But yeah. So lucky. Oh, what happened?
Human said, fun fact, saw can not cut through soft walls.
Interesting. That's kinda silly. Why is there a blue blood?
Only armor.
Okay, let's refill this air. This is probably a tank in engineering, I would imagine, right? Let's see. Air. Nope, nope. Nope. And nope. Also nope. Well, fuck me then.
Oxygen and air canister at docks.
At docks, yes. Cat docks. Oh, here we are. Okay, there you go. Open, close. How do I want to do this? And that there. That there. Close, eject, tank. Perfect. How do I link a ship gun to shoot? I can just come over there real quick.
Burka from Turkey said, you
Yeah,
can
hold on.
actually
Oh,
buy an
hold on.
oxygen tank for 1k at cargo and resell it back for 1k at cargo because the amount you transfer to your gas tanks is so small that it doesn't make a difference.
Gosh, that so silly. Okay, I am going to quickly, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
If you're that down bad for money.
So, hopefully I don't... What? Ahem. We seem to have a border. No, the lag! Fuck! I hate space lag. I hate space lag. Can I even hit that? I don't think I can hit that. No, I can't. Okay, well, shit. Who? What ship is that? Let's take a peek. The Exuma. Pilot of Exuma 069. Nice. You appear
You
to
should
have
turn off
a
screen shake. It's not meant to shake like that at all.
fish. You appear to have a fish order on your home. There you go. Let's turn the screen shake to what? Oh my god, why was it all the way up again? 1%. There we go. No, that's not it. Not even that much. 4. That better? Yep. Okay. There we go. As I was saying, I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and
100% is death sentence.
I will see you in
Caffeine
a
fuel
momento.
Dracon said, someone tell him about the damn screen shake.
The screen shake. Super Fez guy said, MHM
Righty, there we go.
peak SS14 gameplay.
Peak SS14 gameplay.
Absolutely
Nothing.
happening.
Absolutely jack.
Caffeine fuel Dracon said, kill your screen shake.
Okay, I'll kill it completely. Oh, boink. It's gone. Now,
Super Fez guy
what are
said,
we doing?
WH.
Caffeine
What?
Dracon said, it hurts.
Oh, Super Fez guy.
Super Fez guy
You
said,
don't know nothing yet,
TWHYIS, there just a gargoyle in there?
my beloved.
Human Do 2 said, where's the Garg?
Caffeine
Where's the
Dracon
God?
said,
Or type 99.
SHHHH.
It's a goodie. Yummers.
Human Do 2 said, that's a type 99.
What the hell are we doing? I don't know.
Not a Garg.
Turn that up to like 85. So, what are
Superfest
we
guy said there was
doing?
a gargoyle up there.
Caffeine Fuel a Dracon said.
Alright, okay.
I'm out. Stay safe, lads.
Human Dutu said, get that Garg.
Stay safe. Thank you for joining the stream. I'll be. Yep,
Superfest
not
guy
the type.
said,
The god.
Just a type 99.
Dogs are good. They are good.
The Garg is evil.
Air loss
Human
damage,
Dutu
I
said,
swear.
The Garg. Claim it.
Blame it. I will drag it onto the. You know what? I could actually. You're right. I could just replace it.
The Garg.
The dog. You really want that dog.
It fits on fixed points.
It fits on fixed points.
I love
I don't.
Gargs.
We have a fixed point. Yeah. LRM cruise missile launcher. Do I have? Will this fit on the mounts for?
Burka from Turkey said,
I'm not sure.
LR is for long range.
That it is long range missile. Looking for Thunder Crew. Ooh. God, I love Thunders. Here as well.
You should go to that Sunder with that gargoyle in your hands and ask, did someone ask for crew?
I should, yes, let's do that, in fact. Alright. Missiles in this game are so good. So good! You know, let's listen from the captain. Our captain will be fielding 3 Sunders and 2 Bodegas. Okay. Interesting. We have the go and massacre the Countsman. Total Countsman death, as usual. Let's just leave this as a present outside of Sunder.
Dutu said, tell them to go to Saw.
Could
From Turkey
we
said, why is the captain stuttering like a
saw
sobbing loser face blowing a
make-
kiss?
make our Sunders incredible? Go crazy. Missile Sunder. Missile Sunders. Yum 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 yum. That could be awesome. God, Missile Sunder. Fuck. I'm thinking about it. I like what I'm thinking about. Who are you? You want this? Where is it from? Why is it over here? Oh wow. That's interesting. Okay, thank you, Archie. That is wild. There you go. Yes, I said so. Yes. Very good. Okay, I will be right back, Mars. I am going to go grab my shotgun. I need that. I left it on the silly Vanguard. How dare I? Okay. So it sounds like we're going to be attacking the Countsman again and all that entails. Whoops, don't. Okay, there you go. I do want this. You just do that, okay.
Sadly this time you're probably gonna load missiles.
Oh yeah, that's... yeah. That's completely fine, because we are going to be fielding a Sunder. And you know what that means? We are going to get absolutely fucking boarded, and we are going to be fighting anyhow. Because it's a big ship, and the NCWL can never field a big ship without it being boarded. Every time. It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when. Do. Do we have ammo? Let's see. Aye. Need my ID sorted. Look on the southernmost dock. Yes, it is. Whoops. Okay. That's not it. Yes, it is. Come on, get it in. Insert employee ID. Just get. There we go. It's always a little weird. I don't know. Pilot and crew. Lovely jubbly. Starting computer. Oh, look. God, the Sunder is so cool. Hybrid energy gatling, needler heavy precision autogun, and a light dual machine gun. You'll love that. So we need 50. Okay. 20mm and needlers for the Sunder. Okay, that's what we need. Let's take a brief walk around. Do you want me to move the gyros inwards on the Sunder? Get it better? Here, that's a simple mod you can always do. Just move gyroscopes inward. It's just an easy thing to do, and it's so good. Hold on. Ding. Hello. I don't see why not. We're going to field 3 Sunders though. We are going to have 3 of these, so you might be on any of them. We're gonna need a lot of people for 3 Sunders. It's a lot. A lot. I'll be here. To the captain? Nay. Mars. Okay, where's my tools? Mars, I am crewing your ship. Well, okay. Let me just drop this here. Do we need anything? Trying to think. Damn, my throat was getting sore, I'm gonna be honest. Told me moly. Ugh, okay. Whoops. Get it. an extra thing there. Let's grab the RCD and we can build this out a little bit. Alrighty. We gotta make the ship look good, okay? Extra armor, all the fittings we can live for. I'll be honest, I'm just gonna grab the one from engineering. Okay. Adding extra armor to the Thunder. Extra armor is extra armor, and guy, you're gonna want it. Oh my god. What the fuck? What happened to you? What the fuck me. Okay, wow. Who knows why there's blood everywhere? I am not also in all cloth. Okay, cool. We need to be getting ammo in a second. We can start doing that in a moment though. Let's add this extra armor and then start doing stuff. So this is our mass here. You can probably fill in these flanks. Yeah. Okay, let's see what we can do. Absolutely, add a block here. That's free to do. Okay, screwdriver. There we go. Okay. Here's the big gun. It's all this. Okay, let's space walk and get more armor on. Because if I remember correctly, armor doesn't... do we want to? Thinking. Why not? We're going to be shot up with a Thunder. We might as well have the extra armor. Okay, pull the mask up. Oxygen on. Of anything. Okay. Floor panels. Very good. Now walls. Oh, we need more RCD stuff. Okay. Very good. Yeah. Hold on. Jetpack. No, not internals. Shoot.
I think uranium reinforced glass is stronger than normal wall. Or
we
just
might...
reinforced.
Very true. This just lets me just easily repair this in fighting with the RCD though. Just real quick. We also have free resources in the RCD, might as well use them. Okay, other side. Oh. Gah. Okay. And in here, do the same thing. Probably to a lesser extent, but yeah. Very good. Now walls. Now this armor will likely not stand up to much punishment. It's just normal walls. But God, anything is good. Anything is good. The guns in this game do so much. Okay, there we go. There's our little retrofit done. Okay, here's our shield. Alright. Screwdriver. Screwdriver. Okay, no more charges. Cool. There we go, we're done. We're just... Frey has died. God, when is Frey ever surviving? Why? There we go. Now we look at it. Look at that! Sundered now has just that. Who knows? Who knows?
I just heard her on radio.
God. Frey has so much attention. What? What is Frey doing? On Hayes? Why was Frey? Did Frey get kidnapped? God, who knows? What the hell are you doing? Hold on, 1 second. I got this. Let's just do that. Don't. Oh my god. You are not fitting. Hold on. "513 Doc, and we will use you as collar." There you go. Doc. Because 513 is a goober, Goober 2 fits them in. Redocking. There you go. This underneath the dock. There we go. Everyone's happy. Oh, boy. Fuggy. Port Alaska has so many docks and yet it is still a problem. Okay, alright, we looking good. Now we need in. It's the what? I mean, look at me over in the corner. What do you think about that? Buddies! God. Which Sunder is it? Sunder, which one? I don't know which Sunder it is. Sunder who we let Doc let us scan our ID. Do. How much willpower do we have? How long are we gonna do this? We are docked. Our Sunder friends won't open the door. I'm gonna cry about it. I'm gonna be so mad. Artilleria? Yeah. It's a good song. It's Bosnian, but it is a good song. I don't know if it's copyright or not. Yeah, who knows. Good. Hold on, I'm gonna... Hold on. Nope, wrong way. Kit Gun, what are you doing? I can't believe I gotta do this. Ah, hello. Wee!
Burka from Turkey said, theft of radio.
Theft of radio. Yoink. Welcome. Jukebox gets the most important. Hell yeah. Ugh. Hallelujah. Ausfallgeneric and you? Okay. Hopefully we'll be moving out soon. Gun mounts are where exactly? Okay, let's get back out, get ammunition for everything. Use what now? Oh! I was not aware of S1 being violent gooners. That they are. Oh, Lord's follow. Okay, I think they're going to go do that. Very good. What did you drink? God. You have a mech as wait. Hybrid mech suit. Let's see. A light biped exosuit that can take both light weapon and some industrial modules. Developed by Peng Tai Arms under the codename Project Golden Star and adapted for the uses of the state by the Union Home Guard Naval Foundries sometime after. The workhorse of the Home Guard Navy. Very cool. Super clips for the needlers. Ooh. Why I check that? No. Okay. What's that cockroach doing? Weird. Weird. Map. Let's see what's going on in the world, eh? Alrighty, so the SM is our enemy. They have an ibis. Use the explosive lenses for the central thunder gun. Oop. Let's get you to see it. There we go. Objects. An ibis all the way over here in the ancient battlefield. I don't see the mark. Oh no, okay. Countsman is currently in the ANC ancient battlefield. It's in the ancient battlefield with one ibis. Okay. Hopefully with our thunders we can just shell the absolute loving shit out of the Countsman. We will kill the ibis and the Countsman too. That we will. Okay. This is gonna be so good. Yeah, baby. What's the range of the compact? Let's see. Compact. Compact 2.3 kilometers. Okay. When we are fighting, shout when we are aligned with the Countsman, so we can use our compact from long range. It can shoot from over 2 km. There you go. Do we move already? Ah. Always remember, drink your water, okay? Water is the fuel for a growing communard. Like how I'm gonna get paid. We are nods, and you want paid? All right. I hope the audio isn't too loud with the music. It looks fine on my end. Coolio. Right side. Never organized setup in line formation. This is a classic end of NCW. All feats waiting on nothing. Never organized. Setup in line formation. Where did it... What? Why? Where did the other... Oh my god, I'm dying. I can't eat that brownie, can I? Don't dock. Move out. Oh, what the... What? Sigh. Thank you, Kylie. Woo. Okay. Thank you, kind minds. Where did the other Sunder go? Didn't we have 3?
I've been pushing that diesel since early dawn. I ain't had no sleep, boys. I don't know how long.
Where? Hold on, let me call over the radio. Where did the 3rd Sunder go? Move up. Yes. Alrighty, let's go. Let's play the game. Woo! With our additional space armor. Yummers. We're being called by someone. Tap. Tap? We got Tap on the phone? Huh. Okay. Tap could be alright. Let's see what Tap wants. SOM have hijacked the Dawnbreaker. What? No way! Change of plans. All of NCWL are moving to the Dawnbreaker. Holy fuck! Okay. Wow. Let's do SOM. Move to the Dawnbreaker. Destroy the Dawnbreaker. Free the proletarian of Glyce Santos. Aye. Oh my god. From the Heartless Cultists of Romaine. Sweet. Okay, where? Glyce Santos. Glyce. Basically north. Ready to go on order. To be destroyed. Sunders at the move. Okay. Direct north. 20. Okay, we got bearing and we got speed. Be short. Hold. Waiting on my loader. Should I return? Okay. Well, shit. No. Fuck no. Okay. Vanguards move on the Sunders. Okay, so we do have our Vanguards. Cool. Gonna be killing the Dawnbreaker. Okay. We can do that. We are slightly under speed at 19.6. BLOC velocity. Northwest of station at a large wreck. Kane, okay. Here we go. BRB. I do need to get something to eat soon. Depart when everyone is around. Alrighty. Our target is the Countsman. Dawnbreaker can come second. Okay. I called Gleis. They are moving away. Alright. As they wish. They avoided Gleis. So then where are they going? Let's see. DSM, Ibis. Who's the lane? DSM has a Ibis, a Suze, Rain, and a TOI, 2MP, a Triumphant. Okay. And who knows what else they have cloaked. They fielded actual ships. Dear goodness. Who knows? That is what, a Corvette? Small R type of Vanguard. Kinda. It's kinda that. Kinda Vanguard-esque. But maybe modified. Additional weaponry. My biggest thing is, for the big ships, we want to be far enough to use our compact where we can fire beyond the range of some of the lighter stuff. Alright. Very cool. We have our kite. We have a kite? We have a kite in our formation? Did we edit one? Matsumoto. Okay. That's about there-ish. Yeah. Okay. Good, good, good. 19.6. Force is 45. Bearing 45, speed 19.6. Mm-hmm. Gosh. That they were. How? Gosh. There's some interesting lore for Hullrot. Just around. Quick drink of water. Yum yum. God, what is the other ships doing? Has the other Thunder still not left? That it is. It is very important history actually. It's very good. It's very good. I like it. Changing course to 10. Helm, I change course 10. And there we go. Perfect. Now, how the universe first lost Nova Baleska and then the much. Okay. Sorry I am not as active as I normally am. I have been speaking a lot today. I'm not used to almost 4-hour streams now. Damn, woo! Ooh. Oh, we are about to hit a rock. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Yes? Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. We got this going on. Of the triumphant Suzerain. Here we are, we approach. And we are alone because the other Thunder isn't. Where are the other Thunders? We might get beat up pretty bad here. Oh fuck. Oh my god, the ads!
Pathogen virus said, goddamn ads.
Crying. Human Good 2 said, add time once again.
Add time once again, okay.
Wait, that's 5 minutes, not 3. Patho Wogen Virus said, no way on.
Okay. Suzerain is moving, okay. Watch the airlocks, mind the borders. DSM do like to board a lot, so. No! 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 Lag! Lag, no! That's Tatsumoto, okay. Alright. Shots, shots. Okay, closer. Okay. Approach the thing, that we will. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Someone on targeting? Yes. A line. Right or left? Right to the right. You have. There we go. Oh yeah. Right. Okay, now I see him. Very good. Pounds the shit out of it. Okay. You can scroll on the. You can scroll on both. You can. Why am I stupid? Okay. Yep. Here we go. I forgot you could have both open at the same time. Okay, let's back up. We'll back way up since we can see out this far. Okay, here we go. Needless reload. How do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I have both open. We are golden. We are doing good. Watch side, turn to the side. Okay. Withdraw. Withdrawal. Okay. No, don't! Oh my god. Who almost shot the bodega? Oh my god. Where? Caps lock off. Boom. Reforming the belt. Okay, there we go. Dawnbreaker shoot to hell. Use the rain. Where? Kite. Use the rain, use the rain. Where's just use the rain, use the rain. There, okay. Turn.
Aurora Celestis said, wow. SS14 is so much different than 13.
That it is. It is very different, and to be honest, this server specifically, Hullrot, is a lot different from normal SS14 in general. But it's fun. The playtests are just weekly, sorry, every weekend on both days, so meh. It obviously is uploaded. What? Okay, right. Sorry. We are going to be blasting the hell out of them in a moment. Where's the bodega moving? Firing the Vulcan lenses. Oh, alrighty. Here? Is that me or you? Ah. Okay. Vulcan lights. Is the rain? Press compacts on the console. No. Saying there was 2 sideways connected darknesses here on the pilot console. At the... Okay, which one do you want? Okay, you want me to on this one? Okay, and then on here. Turn. Okay, I was confused since you pulled me off of it. Move us closer. Yes, we will. We are in range though. We are in range. 1.6 is in range. Side slipping. Yep. Okay, reversing. Okay. Here we go. Dodge. Okay. Okay, we've lost course. Hold on. Waiting. Who's firing? Someone else is firing. Okay, closer. Okay, we need more lead. Hole? Oh! Fuck! What? Oh my goodness, holy shit. They just sniped it. It sniped the... Gah! Oh my god, I can't believe it sniped the core. Boreatic fuel. It should be good. Okay, we have to unanchor the damn thing. Fuck, okay, hold on. Oh, the lag. Okay, we need to unanchor this thing and bring it forward. Okay. Right, here we are. Anchor. Now we can... God damn it. Stop the compacts. Holy shit. Okay, let's keep moving. We're being shot by the ibis. Let's take care of it. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay. No compacts. Okay. Move back over here. We need the crowbar. Starting computer. Crowbar. Shit. Okay, not powered. Oh my god. Holy shit. Fuck, where did the crowbar go? I don't know. Use fire, I'm boarding. Okay. Shield generator is
Super
down.
Guy said, "Hope you enjoyed the missiles."
Yeah, we enjoyed the missiles. It worked a treat. Reese? I don't think that's ours. Corpse.
5
Hold on.
Ignis, 180 millimeters.
What the hell? What the fuck will you do? What? How did they get here? That is wild. Okay. What was in your bag? That is wild. Okay, well... We were boarded by SRM and... We were boarded by SOM. I have to imagine we were charged by them. Fuck! Okay. Damn. Unfortunate to see, okay. Well, what can we do now, huh? Emergency shuttle. That makes sense. Oh, wow. I'm glad I got the console out. Orders dealt with. Okay, well, let's see if we can sneak away, huh? We have any thrusters? No thrust. Suzerain is active. Want to board? We can do that. Let's do it. Okay. And my oxygen just ran out. Okay, great. We need a new one. Okay, we need that. Now that we have that, mass scanner. Nay. I'm good. Lovely. Let's go. Alrighty. NCWL boarding action. Let's die immediately. Hell yeah. Okay, nice and quiet. No lag. Nothing here. Oh my god. Shots. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, friend. Okay. Don't see anything. Korean. His corpse still looks fresh. Okay. And is dead. Hell yeah. Proof of death? Hell yeah. Handcuffs, Legionnaire. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna use that gun. Nah. You go back. That. We gotta bring our wounded. Okay, let's grab the jetpack. Put this back in the bag. Lily Wells, no. Where is... over here. Okay, let's bring you back home. Alright. Wounded. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I was not aware of the situation. That's funny. That's so funny. Alrighty. Hey, that's how the whole lot's, you know? Sweet. Fun stuff, hell yeah. Alright, well I am probably not going to be respawning, but it was really fun to watch. Okay.
Floofy Maki just followed. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you for following. Found us at this right here. Alrighty. You have succumbed. Damn. That is so silly. It be like that. It be like that. Yeah, baby. Okay, well, the round ends in 20 minutes. I suppose we will stay as long as that takes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh. So funny. Doot, 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 doot. Mm-hmm. It was fun boarding the Suzerain and finding them dead. That was cool. Hold on, LAU, Lauren is buff. Out of here. NCWL mech. Hell yeah. Ooh. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Do we have any paladins left? We have one. Oh. Hello. You're at Valeska. Okay. Well, how's all of our ships doing? Okay, poor. Yeah, that one was poor. Poor, mm-hmm. And at home base. Well, shit, okay. NCWL has definitely lost this round, but you know. Okay, seeing the damage, I think even if I killed that guy, I would have not survived. Not in the fight on NCWL's team. There was nothing left for us. It looked like I was the second to last to die. But I did die in kind of a silly way. Which happens. I don't think if I survived and shot him, it would have changed though. Triumphant was still right there and shooting us. Alrighty. Yeah, we can see here. Boop, boop, boop. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, okay. This guy's still sitting here. We have a mech apparently somewhere. Let's quickly go through the list. See if we can't find a mech. Okay. Not man-at-arms. Who is it? Enma? Yes, it is. Okay.
Human Do 2 said, surround end bar RP is happening.
Sweet. Glad there's some good bar RP. That's always good. A new Redemptor is being made, okay. Okay. This is our light mech, right? Yes. Okay. Interesting. Look at all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 deaths on this ship. Damn. Where are they going now? Ooh, are they going to board again? Watching. Ooh. That they are. Okay. Hell yeah. Get him! Get him! Let's fucking go! Ooh. Get his ass! Ooh. Yeah, I got him. Hell yeah. 1 kill. 2 kills. 3 kills. Ah, 3 kills. Three for 1. Hell yeah. Good shit. Hell yeah. Alright. Well, that is pretty much the NCWL cooked for today. This guy has a triumphant. Oh, that's it. What is it? Scrapyard? Alright, so salvaging. Then we have them on Baleska. Why is Baleska empowered? What? What? Ooh, hold on, let's see what's going on here. Oh, what happened? I don't know what happened that well. Okay. Ooh. Destroy DSM. Ooh, okay. Oh, this need to be faster. Okay. This is cool. Ooh, shots from the Ibis on the Triumphant. Ooh. And now it's just friendly fire. Hell yeah. Wait, wasn't that one of a friendly kite? Was the NCWL? Kite 7. You? Oh, wait, damn, okay. God, today was a very bloody day. Holy hell. Ooh, okay. I'll be so honest. My brain is kind of melting. I think I'm going to have to end the round here and the stream with it. My brain is mush. I am not providing good commentary on what's going on. Alright. Thank you for joining me with this stream, all of you. I hope you all have a fantastic day. Next stream will likely be... hopefully, I'll be streaming RMC sometime in the week. But I will also be streaming a whole lot again on the weekend with the next host. Unless there was some sort of like Union Fall test in the middle of the week or something, I would also do that. That would be fun. But before then, I hope you all have a fantastic day. I'm going to see if I can't raid out to a different Space Station 14 streamer. Let's take a peek real quick who's out there. Alrighty. Okay. Alright, it doesn't look like there's anyone out there for today. So I'll just then stream the usual way. I hope you all have a fantastic day. And I'll see you out there, okay? Goodbye. Bye. Oh, well, as I'm saying that, things explode. Of course. Silly, silly. Alright, have fun. Wait. Woo? Hold on, wait, let's see. More explosions? Hell yeah. Okay. See y'all later.